You never know. How is everyone? Razor, how are you feeling? Better or worse? You feel special? Well, okay, Jan. Sure, Jan. Feeling better today. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. I feel like everybody has something right now. As much as I do wish I had a full-time job, um, I have rarely been more grateful to be someone who works from home, doesn't have to, I like don't really have to leave for anything other than to take the dog out. Like it's very easy for me to isolate from other people because I feel like between COVID, the flu, norovirus, we got this bird flu going around now too that nobody's talking about. I just feel like it's minefield out there, mama. Hi, Mudkip. Razor's been sick. Pooping. Lava poops. That's what we've been calling him. I spoke to my mother this morning. She sounds okay. She said that she has COVID, but she sounds all right. She thinks I'm going to give her $6,000, and I don't. I don't know where she thinks I'm going to pull that money out of for her, but I have very bad news for her and for me. But you know, we're here. It's fine. Not the old bones. Well, welcome back, Mudkip. I hope you're doing well. I feel okay. Um, I have been feeling the last few days like my stomach has been not. It's not like I've been sick to my stomach or anything, but I just have felt off. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense. I feel fine now though, so knock on wood. Like I said, it's easy for me to like avoid exposure, so my thoughts are with the people who are less able to distance themselves from other people. My mom was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna borrow your sister's car in a couple days and go into town and do my like errands and stuff." And I was like, "Okay, but if you're still testing positive, you shouldn't be doing that. Or at the very least, like wear a mask, girl. Like what are you doing?" And she's like, "Yeah, we'll see." Like, mom. And my mom was a nurse. Like I shouldn't have to be the one telling her these things. Thank you for the lurk, Mudkip. Not we see you rising from the dead. Well, maybe so. Maybe so. I also just happened to see on Twitter before I started stream, today is Internet Friends Day. So shout out to all the internet friends, which is basically all of my friends at this point. I was thinking about that the other day. How like the people that I talk to the most are all these like strangers I met on the internet. And whether or not that's healthy or just a sign of the world that we live in and the times that we're in now. And I'm still not sure what the answer is to that. But, you know, I think it's just the world we're in now, frankly. All my in-person friends have moved away. And I don't like a lot of the people my age around here. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just too not judgmental, but I would say that I don't probably give enough second chances. I'm pretty set when I'm like when someone shows me who they are or who I perceive them to be. I pretty quickly decide then and there like do I want to continue putting effort into like being a friend to you, or like do I still want to try with you, or am I done? And I have a hard time overriding that sometimes. So first impressions bear a lot of weight with me, which is probably not a good thing. And when I've decided like no thank you, it's very hard for me to like unflip that switch, if that makes any sense. And again, that's probably a bad thing, but it's also I think just how I am. It's probably why I don't work with 99% of the drag queens in Maine because I've decided once upon a time they did something or said something, and I decided it was not worth my time to like intervene. Not this fucking jump game. Anyway. I have a lot of stuff to do today. A lot of just little stuff. Nothing like huge. Well, that's not true. I do have some big stuff to do, but just a lot of like little I have to put together like some sort of form for this like college show coming up. I need to finish doing these trainings for my consulting stuff. Because now that's due the end of this week. She randomly slacked us yesterday and was like, we're pivoting. Instead of having the rest of the month to go through all of these, we're going to do just a quick overview, high level overview, and I need it by the end of the week. Can you do that? And I was like, well, I guess I'm going to have to, right? Like, I don't really have a choice. Yeah. It's always like that. I'm sitting here like being very open and honest with people, and then nobody's listening. That's the story of my life. Happy Internet Friends Day to the people who literally just don't listen. Story of my life. I also randomly got a text message from my old boss from when I worked in higher ed, which I thought was very interesting. We haven't spoken in like a year and a half. And by spoken, I mean that was the last time we texted each other. I'm assuming either she's concerned that she's about to lose her job because she works for a public institution and she does DEI work, and so it's, I feel like, maybe just a matter of time before her office gets closed. My old office gets closed. Or that information has already been shared with her and she's panicking because she doesn't know what to do if she can't do this. And the last time we spoke about me trying to help her with her resume, and I offered to, and then she never sent me her resume. So my guess is this is going to turn into, hey, help me. Which is fine. I don't mind doing that, but I haven't been great at finding myself a new job, so I don't know how effective I'm going to be at helping her find one. But it's not a good time. It's a scary time for a lot of people, and I'm not sure if it's still the case, but when I worked with her, she was still on I think it was an H-1B visa. I don't know. I don't know enough about immigration as much as I probably should, but I know that she needed the job in order to stay in the country. She was not yet at a point where her like immigration status was tied to not tied to her job. So I don't know if that's still the case. Again, it's been several years since I worked there, but I imagine that would make things a lot more stressful too. So yikes. But with that said, I do have a lot of shit to do. I also got the like run of show for this hootenanny thing I'm doing, and it looks like it's pretty. I only just grazed through it, but it doesn't look like there's anything I need to be doing. And it looks even more like straightforward. Like I thought they were gonna have me like that I was gonna do more in between the acts. Like they were expecting kind of like almost like a stand-up situation. So I've been writing stuff because I was like, I don't know how much material I'm gonna need. But it looks like it's really just like intros and keeping the night moving, which that's fine with me. So. No shortage of stress floating. Amen. Amen. I feel there are a lot of folks right now. Every time I get on LinkedIn, and y'all know I hate LinkedIn. I don't like getting on LinkedIn already, but it's such a it's just also negative. Everybody's feeling like the pressure. People are like fighting about DEI on LinkedIn, which is supposed to be all about like professionalism and like that fake niceness is supposed to like still be running the show there, but it just doesn't feel that way. Hi, Miles. Thanks for checking in with your amethyst crown. So, I don't know. I don't have the answers. I have more questions than answers like many other people do, but crossing my toes that it works out for folks. Crossing my toes that it works out for me. It is what it is. I got enough to worry about with myself and my dog. I'll do my best to help other people too, but like, mama, we're all drowning right now. And if you're not, consider yourself very lucky and hold on to whatever it is that's keeping you going right now. All right. I cannot read this. Do I have an active task right now? I do. I don't think we're gonna have time to do the course today. I do need to though, because I keep paying for that. All right, what do I need to do today? I need finish reviewing trainings, which is probably not proper grammar, but I know what I mean. Later, I need to review Hootenanny run of show. I think Kiki's still coming. They told me they didn't. This is the weird thing about the Hootenanny, and it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. But when they booked me, the person I spoke to was like, "Oh, if there are other performers around the area that you think would be great for the show, we'd love to talk to them." And at the time, I was like, "I don't think anybody's going to be available. It's like a Thursday night, not ideal for a lot of the performers I know." And I knew that they were trying not to like pay too many people because this is supposed to be a fundraiser, so they're trying to keep the budget low, which makes sense. So at the time, I didn't even bother reaching out to anybody. But then when I mentioned it, Kiki was like, "Oh, well, I can be available. Happy to come up." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'll ask them and see if they still need people." They were like, "Nope, we're full actually." And I was like, "What do you mean?" They booked like 2.5 hours for this thing. And if I'm looking at the run of show right now, that does not 2.5 hours make. And then they turned around and when they shared this run of show thing with me, they were like, "We have room if you want to add a performance or something of your own." Like, so we've got room for me to do a number, but not her. That's interesting. She said she's still gonna come, which is very sweet of her, and I'll make sure that she gets gas money for that. But I was just like, "Are you sure?" All right, so we have that. What else do I have? I feel like I usually write this stuff down. The brain fog has been so real lately. Good. Burden of MCing, I guess. I told them, I was like, I typically don't lip sync or like do performances. If you want me to, I can, but I'll be okay if you don't need me to also. More than anything, it always just makes it more complicated logistically because I'm usually the person introducing the performers. So then it ends up making it so that someone else has to come up and introduce me, and then it just makes things more complicated than it needs to be. So if this works for them, it works for me. Basically, I get up for like a minute in between each performer, and each performer gets like a 15-minute like set. So that's fine with me. They also were like when they sent an email asking for our like address and such because they're gonna send us a check ahead of time, which is nice. But they were like, I can't remember how they phrased it. It was very like wink wink is how it felt. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, they're like, "You're also entitled to waive your stipend, which we will consider a donation back to our work. However, we encourage you to be paid for your incredible talent." And I was just like, hmm. I think a lot of the people who are performing are work closely with this organization, and I do not. They are a nonprofit, but I think they're I don't know if they're a 501c3. Because they do like political. What they do is like advocacy work, specifically kind of in like the legislative space. So I'm not sure. 501c4. Yeah. Anyway, it's gonna be fun. I'm very excited. I've never been to a hootenanny before. I think it'll be nice. I still don't know what I'm gonna wear, but I'm not really stressed about it. I'm excited that Kiki. I think Kiki's still coming. I probably should follow up. Um, but it'll be nice to not be by myself. I think Jared's coming too. Which will be nice. I haven't seen him in like 2 weeks. I can't remember what else I have to do, but we have 2 things to start with, and that'll give me plenty to do for now. I feel like there was more. Oh, I know. I need to create there's like a Google form or something. There we go. Move is basically complete then. I mean, in the sense that he doesn't come back here anymore, yeah, but all of his stuff is still here. So my guess is that he's just going to leave all his stuff here until presumably the end of the year when our lease runs out, unless he decides to try to like screw me over and just stop paying rent sometime before then. But his room still is full of stuff. He hasn't packed anything. I asked him if he wanted me to start saving boxes so that he could, and he said yes, but it doesn't appear that he's in any big rush to like get his things out of here. But yeah, he doesn't come home anymore. I don't think this is home to him anymore. I think he has taken all of the things he needs, and then at this point, I think, brought enough clothes over that he doesn't need to come back. Before, he was only coming back really to grab like his mail and then more clothes. But I think at this point, enough of his stuff has made it over there that he doesn't need to come back anymore. So I haven't seen him. He texted me a couple days ago, and he was like, "We're getting snow this weekend, and it's going to be cold. Do you need anything?" And I was like, "No." It has snowed and been very cold several times since the last time I saw him anyway, and this is the first time he's bothered to say anything, but I appreciate it, I guess. And I was like, "Nope, we're fine." And then I reminded him about Goose's appointments. So I'll see him next week because we're taking Goose to the vet, but that's about it. So it is what it is. It is snowing today. Although when I took Goose out right before I started stream, and it's like it was supposed to snow and then switch over to kind of like a sleet freezing rain situation, and it's sleet right now. So I don't know if that means it's going to be warmer than they thought, and maybe it'll be more of a mix. I don't know. It's supposed to keep going until like 5 this afternoon. And then it's supposed to get cold tonight, so everything is shutting down. Yeah, like all the schools canceled yesterday for today. I remember seeing a bunch on. I don't know why I'm still on Facebook, but I am. It's like everything's closing. I got a call this morning because I can't figure out how to unsubscribe from the university like alerts. So every time they test the like sirens on campus, I get a phone call. I managed to turn off the text messages, but I can't figure out how to unsubscribe completely. So I got a call this morning at 5 something saying that they were closing for the day. Which is weird because when I got up at 8 or so, it hadn't even started snowing yet. And I remember, and not at the risk of sounding like a boomer, I remember when I was a kid, if it wasn't snowing when it was time to get on the bus, you weren't canceling classes. We would go to school and then get sent home early. more often than not if it was that bad. Like they never, at least my district, and I lived further north of here, so we usually would get more snow than they do down here. But we would almost never cancel. And I can't remember a single time that they canceled like preemptively where it was like in anticipation of it being bad. And I don't know if that's something that's changed or if my perception is just different as an adult than it was when I was a kid. Because I remember getting up and you would watch, because this was like before the internet was as extensive as it is now. And so you would watch the news and they would have the cancellations scrolling on the bottom of the screen. And it was in order of the school districts. At the time they were SADs, school administrative districts. They call them something else now, but and you'd wait for yours. And mine was a very high number, so I'd always have to wait till the very end. And I feel like that's not how it works anymore. I feel like they cancel way more often. Woke liberal bullshit, probably. Probably Barack Obama's fault, if I had to guess. Probably DEI. If we got Doge on it. If Elon Musk had the time. He's just so busy saving our constitution and so much money. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Although I think that we sometimes just assume everybody has access to that. Like and again, things have changed, but when I was a kid, we had dial-up, but only sometimes, and it wasn't super like consistent. And I know there are a lot of folks who still don't have like a computer. And so if they had to do like I know a lot of districts will do like a remote learning day, but they're just sitting on Zoom all day with their teacher, and people may or may not be able to do that. So I think sometimes we just assume that that's an option for everybody. But anyway. So that's what I'm doing today. I gotta go through these trainings. I've done 2 of the 4, especially now that I feel bad because I kind of ripped the first one to shreds. But the truth is, I think all of these trainings, and I've only looked at 2 out of the 4 that I've been assigned, but both of them I think really just need to be redone. I would be uncomfortable presenting these trainings, not because they're bad like content wise, but they're all formatted kind of weird. The like grammar is off. Some of it is just like graphically, it's just ugly to look at. And if we are going to position ourselves as like experts in this field and we're asking people to pay us to do trainings for them instead of building trainings themselves, I feel like our trainings need to be better than what they would do themselves. Our trainings, if I'm paying, especially knowing how much companies pay this firm that I work for to do these trainings, it to me, if I'm spending that kind of money, even if it's not my money, it's my company's money, I want a product that is at least as good as something that I would be able to make myself. And these, to me, are not. And that's embarrassing. I would be almost embarrassed to present some of these trainings. But my objective has changed. So I went through and basically redid the entire first training, and then the objective, or like what she asked us to do, changed. And now we're just doing a high level review where we're just like updating. If there's something that's like super out of date, we can update that. But everything else is basically just like making sure there's no like super heavy DEI language or graphics and things. So I'm not supposed to be going through and overhauling everything. Even though I very much want to. I very much want to. I know that one of the 2 that I haven't gotten to yet, because I've just like snuck a peek, is so old that it uses like we have a new logo since, and our like templates and everything have changed. So am I not supposed to update that? I don't know. But and if I'm gonna update the template, I might as well just update the whole thing, right? If I'm already going through every single slide and updating everything. But that's not what we're supposed to do. So I don't know. I guess what I will do is I'll just do what they ask, and then if I have to present any of these, I'll probably just update it myself. Because some of it is just like things are misspelled. Like it just doesn't look like anybody's really taken a moment to just. There are places where like you can't see some of the text because it's not like centered over some of the graphics. So there's white text that like bleeds out into the white background of the. Just like super simple things. It's like if someone took 2 seconds, and it makes me concerned that this is what we're like presenting to clients. But I don't know. Enjoy your ads, everyone. All right, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna try to get some work done. Y'all know the drill. Y'all know the drill. Not this suggested playlist being sad songs for sad girls. Excuse me? Spotify. You don't have to be like that. Rude. Where's my co-working playlist? Hello? Is it gone? Oh. That. Oh, there it is. Very weird. Got my work cut out for me. Yeah, it's just confusing. Like I He was barking like there was like someone trying to break in. Literally just the UPS guy. Relax. Hey. How are you, Steven? Not on phones today, so I can blast music and say hello without being interrupted. Love that. Love that. It's what you deserve. My hands are so dry. Yeah, I'm not feeling anything today, to be honest. But I've spent all week procrastinating on these things, and they're due at the end of the week, so... It's snowing outside. It's gloomy. It's quiet. So I guess I have no excuse. If I'd like to keep a roof over my head, I have no choice. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Happy Internet Friends Day to my internet friends. I don't know if that's a real thing or if that's something Twitch made up. I think it was Twitch I saw tweeting about it. Oh, no, it really is. US National Internet Friends Day, celebrated on February 13th. Huh. Well, there you go. Just to soften the blow of all of us being painfully single. Nobody has both internet friends and a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Or they friend. That's what it is. For all the Discord trolls with no love interest, this is your Valentine's Day. Very interesting. Online relationships are similar to and just as important as in-person relationships. These relationships last just as long as friendships made offline. Sometimes. Sometimes they don't, girl. Happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, are y'all all of you who have a someone or multiple someones, are y'all doing anything tomorrow? Do y'all do anything special for Valentine's Day? Or I feel like most of the like established couples that I know, it's just like another day for them. They might like go to dinner or something, but it's not like... I feel like that's the one holiday most of us have agreed is really just like a commercial thing. As much as really all of them are, I feel like we've all sort of come around and realized like Valentine's Day is really just meant to sell like flowers and candy. Like, I've never been sentimental about it. We may eat something and grab a drink. Yeah, I feel like that's how most people are. Like, if it's like on a convenient day, they'll just like, they'll do something, but it's not like a huge priority. Yeah, Razor doesn't give a fuck about anything other than this fucking jump game. The number of times I've almost uninstalled the avatars just to spite him, you would be surprised. Razor's never actually listening to what I'm saying. He's just waiting for the star to float over his fucking head. Even though the stars mean nothing. That could get you 7 million bajillion gold, and you would still not be able to spend any of it on anything. Sometimes when he pisses me off... Where is he? I just pin him so that he can't catch the stars. Because you pissed me off. Tyler and I try to get out weekly for some time for just the two of us. This is a day for the single people out there and Discord gooners. It's true. Someone's got to think of them. I am happy to be queen of the Discord gooners. The goon house. When I was younger, V-Day was very important. I remember it being a big thing when I was in school. Because it was always, the drama was always like, who's bringing the best Valentines? Because you'd always have your little box on your desk. I never want to be the one who, and this might be a uniquely me experience. In my classes, you never want to be the one who had the worst Valentines, but you also didn't want to be the person who did the most. Because then people would start making jokes about you, or like start rumors about who it was you were into and why you were so committed to Valentine's Day. So there was a delicate balance to be found. You didn't want to be the person who did nothing or didn't do enough, but you would also get made fun of if you like went too far. It was a very stressful thing in hindsight. And it was always awkward to be a boy giving Valentines to other boys in your class. I remember that. But you also didn't want to be the person who didn't bring Valentines for everybody. There's a lot of like unspoken rules to Valentine's Day in my school. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I was subconsciously afraid they were going to find out I'm gay, and a lot of that was just like self-imposed. That's very possible, but it felt like something we all were going through. Now, I think I saw, again, this was on Facebook, so grain of salt, but one of the, I don't even remember how I know her. It probably either someone I went to high school with or someone I've known for a long time, but we're not close. Old enough now that they have their own kids in school, posted that they had a letter sent home from school saying, and I guess it's an allergy. I guess allergies are like a way more common thing now than they were, or people just care more about them now than they did before. But it was basically like changing their policy to like people couldn't send food in with their kids anymore to be shared with other kids. So I had a Valentine's Day. They were like, if you've already purchased like candy or something, that's fine, but students will not be able to eat it on campus. They're gonna have to bring that home and eat it at home. So like you're not allowed to send food in. Like if your kid has a birthday, and like when I was growing up, people would like have a birthday party in their class and like their parent would send in like cupcakes or something for the classroom. You can't do that anymore at this school apparently, because they can't promise that there's like no peanuts or whatever in it. So times have changed. I'm, for many reasons, but it also for this one, very glad I don't have children and have no intention of having any. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I mean, it makes sense. And I feel like it's a combination of, yeah, there probably are more allergies, or we're like more aware of them than we were. But it's also, I think, a sign of how like litigious we are now, because you know that the reason they're worried about that is they're afraid some parent's going to sue them. And that's because they probably get sued a lot more often now too. Like, so it's kind of sad for a few reasons, but again, it makes me glad I don't have a kid. On one hand, I understand why people choose to homeschool, but also like the vast majority of homeschooled kids I know were homeschooled because their parents were like hyper conservative Christians who were afraid that they were going to learn about gay people or black people in school, not because they were worried about allergies and shit. And they always turned out, I only ever like saw or engaged with the homeschooled kids in like, because they would come to like they could do like our sports in our school. They could come like be on the sports teams, or I remember there was one who was like, he joined the band program, and I knew him because we went to the same church, and so we would go to all the same, we went to multiple vacation Bible schools in the summer. Mostly because it got us out of our parents' hair. But this guy, he had a younger brother. we went to all the same ones. And so I got to know him pretty well. He's gay now. Clocked that fucking early on. We were on the same Little League team. Our town traded us away to another town's Little League team. And he was just he's a nice guy. Very nice. I don't really talk to him now. I think we're still friends on Facebook. And I see him when he comes back. He doesn't live around here anymore, but every time he does come back, I know because I see him on Grindr. But he was also so just strange. The other kids always picked on him, and I always felt bad for him because he didn't know or like any of the same things. He didn't understand any of the like jokes or references people were making. All of the ones he made were like Bible references or references from like very like PG kid shows and stuff that by the time you're a teenager, it's not cool to like that stuff anymore. So I always felt bad for him, but anyway, all that to say, I can't imagine what it's like trying to raise a kid right now. I don't envy anyone who is. And especially if you've got multiples. No, thank you. No, thank you. I imagine there's a certain element of like, it helps to have strength in numbers in that sense, but also I can't imagine having, like, I've got people who I went to high school with that have like 5 kids. I know there was a girl I went to high school with. Very nice. We sang a duet together at a choir concert one year, and her mom came up afterward and thanked me because no one wanted to sing with her, I guess. I didn't know that, but I felt bad. She has like 7 kids now. She has, I think, 5 or 6 of her own kids, and then I don't know if they're married, but they've been together for a long time, and her partner has, I think, 1 or 2 kids of his own from a previous relationship. And she has, I think, 2 sets of twins, and they're all pretty close together. They're all in school now, and I think they're probably like 7 or 8 years apart total. Like, she had them, and I can't imagine growing up like that. I can't imagine being the parent in that situation. Yeah, exactly, Shaylo. Yeah, that's what it was he was nice, and I think why I felt so bad for him was it was clear to me, at least, that he was trying really hard to make friends, and it just wasn't landing. I mean, granted, because in Vacation Bible School, we always got split up, boys and girls, and so this is probably why I was like friends with him, because we were probably the 2 gay ones. And yeah, hard pass on the 7 kids. She loves it. And there's probably a lot of positives growing up in a big family. Like, there's probably you probably never have to be alone. There's probably always someone to play with or hang out with or talk to, and there's probably more good than I'm seeing. But to me, the idea of trying to support 7 other human beings, no. I have my hands full with myself and 1 dog. That is more than enough for me. Yeah, it's expensive. And regardless of like your political kind of perspective or point of view, it's like a scary time to try to raise. Like, I can't imagine, even just like beyond the financial stuff, like trying to explain the world and what's happening in the world to a kid right now. I'm sure that you figure it out. Like, as a parent, you have to figure it out and you get better at it, and maybe that's just what I'm missing, but I can't imagine trying to explain, like, even just things like that aren't necessarily inherently like the climate. Like, trying to explain climate change to folks, to kids who don't have like a frame of reference for something like that. Let alone some of the more like contentious or politically charged things that are happening. Like, I just can't picture trying to like explain to my 5-year-old things that they see in the news or whatever. Not the economic grinder. like a bad app. It's Grindr for findoms. And pay piggies. Yeah, it's a lot. A lot. But kudos to all the people who are having kids. I don't know how we got on that topic from Valentine's Day, but if y'all are doing something for Valentine's Day, I hope it goes well. I hope you have a nice time. Don't feel pressured to celebrate any particular way because society tells you to. And don't feel bad. Here's the hot take. Are you ready? I don't think it's that bad if you love Valentine's Day. If you are like super into the like, I want chocolates and I want flowers and I want a teddy bear and I want this, that, and the other, and I want it to be like this special once a year fucking occasion, I think that's okay too. Don't let people make you feel bad for enjoying that. Like, as long as it works for your relationship and it's not something that anybody's like forced to partake in, do it. That doesn't mean you don't also love that person the other 364 days of the year. It doesn't mean that you aren't in a healthy relationship. It doesn't mean that you're like a corporate shill. It's okay to like things. You're not like a bad feminist or like a bad social justice warrior or whatever terminology you might use if you enjoy Valentine's Day. That's okay. There are way worse things. Try to be mindful about where you spend your money. Sure. Maybe don't like, you know, give your money to like your local Zionist restaurant or, you know, whatever. As in all things, try to be mindful about how you spend your money and your time and energy, but I don't think there's anything wrong with people liking Valentine's Day. Sure, it's a little bit cheesy, it's a little bit like cringy to some people, but there's probably something we all do that's cringy to someone. I'm a drag queen. That inherently makes me cringy to about 60% of the population, minimum. And what? We all like things that make other people cringe. If Valentine's Day makes you cringe, you don't have to celebrate. But I hate, it's one of my least favorite things, and we see it a lot on the internet, of course. When people try to just make other people feel bad for liking things. Or for liking things too much. I know. Bye-bye. He agrees. You're fine. I hear him sniffing under the door. No yucking someone else's legal yum. Exactly. Like, as long as it's not hurting anybody. I would even argue that, like, legal is... There are some things that are illegal that shouldn't be. Especially in this day and age, there are a lot of things that are, like, there's a movement or somebody wants to ban that shouldn't be. As long as you're not harming anybody else, who cares? Loaded, that's a good way to say it, yeah. Even legal is like... You know? It's none of my business, frankly. Like, as long as you're not hurting anybody, you're not hurting me, you're not causing any undue, like, pain or stress or burden to anybody else, who cares? Go have your, like, rose petal walkway, candlelight dinner, get the fucking heart-shaped box of chocolates that's twice as much as it would be if it wasn't a heart. Like, whatever. Who cares? If that's what gets you by, if that's what makes you feel loved, if that's what it takes, maybe you just are super fucking busy. I know a lot of people that, like, a holiday or something like that is what it takes to remind them to take time for things like that. Does that make them like a bad partner? No. And if that's what it takes to help them like make time for things like that, great. Who am I to judge? There's so many bigger issues in the world than fucking Valentine's Day. Like, I get it. Yes, it is a corporate bullshit, like cash grab meant to make you feel guilty and meant to make us compare ourselves to other people and what they're doing and how they're celebrating their relationships. Yes, it is all of those things. And so is pretty much everything. Like, I mean, this is the United States of America. Pretty much everything is designed to make us spend our money, feel bad about ourselves, compare ourselves to other people, set unrealistic standards of or expectations for ourselves and each other. That's what everything does. That's what we're on the internet right now. Social media, Twitch. If I'm doing my job as a Twitch streamer, I'm making you jealous of the life I lead. I'm making you wish you could walk in these shoes, which is why I'm not a very good Twitch streamer. Because I don't think anybody wants to be in my life. Nobody wants to walk this walk, honey. But that's how capitalism is kind of designed and structured. Like, we're constantly being told what we should be striving for as humans, as partners, as good Americans or good citizens of whatever country you live in. Like, that's how it works. And it's okay to say, like, yes, this is a shitty standard. Yes, this is like all made up, and it makes me feel good, or it helps me stay grounded in my relationship, or it helps my partner and I make sure that we take time at least once a year to stop and appreciate each other in a really intentional way that we might not always have time for. That's okay. It's like when people get their nails or their hair done like on a regular basis and people see it as like frivolous or shallow. Like, yeah, it might be. Sure. Is it like reinforcing or on some level it's like kind of upholding beauty standards that not everybody can even meet? Sure. Yeah. And it might be self-care for that person. It might be the one time that they do something for themselves every week or every month or however often. Like, it can be both. And more often than not, it is. And that's okay. Anyway, I hope you all have a great Valentine's Day. We probably took that further than we needed to, huh? Oops. My bad. Not that, not the women's 5. I'm a women's 14. Clown shoes, honey. Clown shoes. That's probably, of all of the, like, as much as it's hard to find drag everything for someone my size, shoes are probably the trickiest. Because even like a normal 14, if depending on the heel, I'm also very tall. So you put me on a really tall, thin heel, things get real unstable real fast. My go-tos are I have 2 pairs. I have a black pair and a white pair of go-go boots. I have a nice big fat heel. Relatively, it's like a 3-inch heel. Solid. Goes all the way up my calf. Lots of support. But I get it. I get it. I gave them a bio, not to 100% switch gears on for this Hootenanny thing. And I think they're just going to read that bio to introduce me. And now it makes me look very arrogant. So I might edit the spreadsheet and make it sound a little less. I thought the bio was just for like social media stuff, but I think that they're actually going to read that out when they introduce me. And it's a bunch of stuff that people there aren't going to care about. Like, it talks about Drag Out the Vote and Rainbow Railroad, which they're probably not going to know what either of those things are. Anyway. I hope everybody has a fulfilling Valentine's Day. I'll probably end up streaming. I'm not doing anything. The person I've been seeing is not in town right now. We also still haven't had the like, what is this conversation? So I feel like it would be very awkward. It reminds me of when I was in college, and I'm gonna get back to work after this because I'm stalling. But I started dating somebody like 2 weeks before Valentine's Day. And we had the most awkward conversation where he sat me down and was like, so are we like gonna do anything for Valentine's Day? Or he had something that night. It was like a Wednesday night, and he did intramurals was what it was. He was in a fraternity. And he did intramural floor hockey or some shit. And I could tell what he was really trying to say was like, can I still go to my floor hockey game, or are you expecting us to go somewhere and do something on And I remember wanting to jump out of my skin and run out of that building screaming. But it was funny. I told him, I was like, you can go to your floor hockey. It's fine. I think we ended up going to the like dining hall together afterward. It wasn't that big of a deal. But I remember in the moment, it felt like he was gonna sit me down and like break bad news to me the way that he set it up. But then he was just like, so are we doing anything for that? Or like, we don't have to, it's fine. Anyway. Like secondhand cringing just thinking about it again. 3 trainings down. Because again, I'm not changing anything. Just high level. We also haven't really aligned on like when they say that they don't want these trainings to be too DEI forward, nobody's really explained what they mean by that. So I know what I would feel comfortable presenting, even like if the client was like, we don't want or we're not allowed to do DEI. But we haven't taken the time to like align on that. So I'm doing half of our trainings. One of my colleagues is doing the other half, but we haven't spoken to each other about like what the standard is there. So for me, it's more about language. So like, I feel like I would still be comfortable presenting the same concepts, but just being more thoughtful about the language I use. So instead of calling it DEI, finding other terminology that still expresses sort of the same spirit, but not using some of those words that like send up flags for people. But I don't know how the other person, she might be doing it a whole lot more strictly or much less strictly. She's a lot more direct than I am. So I could see her being like, I don't care, we're still going to use the words. And if clients don't like that, too bad. But we haven't talked about it, so I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. I know I got approved for extra hours this month to do this, so that's all I care about. I was on a roll, but now I'm stuck until I get hear back from my boss. Oh, I hate when that happens. It's rare. It's rare that I get into a good rhythm with my work. I tend to be someone who stops and starts a lot and needs to like get up and move around, go get a drink, do something else, shift gears. I usually am working on like 6 different things at a time, just because that's how I like work the best. But I was really on a roll. I went through 3 trainings back to back to back to back. But in addition to going through these 4 trainings that were assigned to me and updating them if they needed to be, we're also supposed to go through 2 other sets of trainings, and we're not changing any of them, but we're supposed to just look to see if there are any like topics that we don't have a training for, or there are gaps in what we have trainings for that could be filled. Problem is, we have 3 different folders with 3 different sets of trainings underneath those 2 titles. So I'm not sure which of those sets of trainings I'm supposed to be looking through. I'm assuming they're from 3 different years, because if there's one thing this company is going to do, it's never delete anything. So anytime we update something, we just create a new folder for it and call it the same thing, but then usually we put the year in the title too, so that we can just look for whatever the most recent version of whatever we're looking for is. But these 3 folders all have the exact same title. So it's so annoying, because now I know that I'm not going to be able to get back into it. But I have to get this work. This is part of what needs to be done by tomorrow. And my boss is she's usually in meetings like back to back to back during the day. So it's usually easy to get hold of her first thing in the morning or in the evening, like at the end of the day. But this time of day, she's usually like right in the thick of everything. So like I'm pretty sure she's on this training right now until 2:45. Well, I can, I guess, just pivot and do something else for now, but I'm on a roll with this and I don't want to stop now. What I really wish she would let me do, because, and I don't know if she remembers this, but when I interviewed with this company, I told them, when they kind of explained what it is that the company does and what this team in particular delivers, I said explicitly to them, I see myself being most useful to the team in training. Training is what I have always done. L&D is my background. It's what I did when I was in higher ed. Our DEI work was basically nothing but trainings. Every job I've had, the thing that I've always been like best at and given the most to do because of how good I am at it is building and presenting and delivering training. This is the first time they've let me touch our trainings, other than I presented one. I don't think it's intentional. I don't think they're trying to keep me from doing the trainings, but it is frustrating that like, this is my wheelhouse. And that's why it's hard for me to go through these trainings and not change them all, because I'm sure that whoever built them, like, they did a great job. The content isn't always like a problem. It's usually good content. It's just not presented in a way that looks good. It's not presented in a way that follows like a logical flow. There's almost never any sort of like pathing. So like it feels sometimes like the trainings are just like information thrown up on slides, and there's no like intention behind the order of everything and how things are structured and presented to you. And that is very important in creating like a learning experience of any kind, whether it's DEI, onboard, like whatever it is you're doing, trying to teach people. How you structure it and the order that you present things in makes a difference. And it feels like that's not part of the process here. And it's very hard for me to not like keep saying, just give me like, if I had, and she's not understanding what I'm asking. She did respond, but it's like, no, the others should all be on the Google Drive too, because in It also doesn't help that on this team, I think I'm the only one who's worked there for less than like 3 years. Everybody else has been there for so long that I think she doesn't always realize that I don't have the same experience they all do. So when she says like, oh, all the trainings are there, you just have to search for them. I don't know what the names of any of these trainings are, so I don't know what terms to search for. Hi, Cam. Like we have we organize our trainings into pathways, which are sets of like 4 trainings. Yeah. So we've got 2 different sets of decks that tell you what the trainings are. They're both organized in different ways. She just assumes I know what the names of all of these trainings are. They really need someone to just go through and clean out our Google Drive. We have a shared Google Drive where everything gets shared. And we have so many copies of and they're all called like old trainings. So I have two decks here. One is DEI trainings. One is 2025 DEI trainings. I'm supposed to know that I'm supposed to be using the one that says just DEI trainings. I've been in the one that says 2025 DEI trainings because you would think that's where I should be looking. But I was supposed to just know to use the other one. So frustrating. I was like, why did she share the other one with me then if that's old? It's really frustrating because I feel like if I was a full-time employee here, I could do a lot of this stuff and I would have so many of our like systems and processes fixed and things would work so much better. But that's just not the world that we live in right now. But I'm not in a position to be like throwing my weight around because I need this work. Hi, Kanele, welcome in. And some of these, I haven't looked at all these trainings, but some of these titles are very like DEI forward. So I don't know how I'm supposed to go through and not change anything. But I guess that's a conversation for a different day. Well, how's my day? So far, so good. It's been, we're getting work done, which is what I need to be doing, so. Hi, Doxy. Welcome in. I'm only a little bit frustrated. Our training stuff, it's just all over the place. And everybody knows it. And, like, they cracked, like, she made a joke about it. She's like, it might not be, the trainings might not be where they're supposed to be. Okay, well, whose fault is that? Like, why are we all just joking about it instead of doing something about it? Why is it that nobody's fixing that? Would that not make things easier for all of us? I would think. See this training. I have 2 different versions. Both were last updated on the same day. They both have the same title, but one of them has, in parentheses at the end of it, it says first round of interactive edition. So how am I supposed to know which one of these I'm supposed to use? Was the interactive edition good? And is that what we're doing now, or did it not work out and we're going back to, like, I don't understand. Don't understand. Not that Canele. I used to love the smell of horses. Not the poop, but the my neighbor had horses and she would give them not their hay but like the oats and stuff, and I thought that stuff smelled so good. It smelled kind of sweet almost. I really liked it. Was looking for DEI jobs too, preferably, but I guess fuck my direct. Yeah, I don't know anybody who's getting DEI jobs right now. In fact, most of what I'm hearing is DEI folks who are like reaching out and saying like, what is it you're pivoting to? Like, what are you gonna do instead of DEI? Any roles that I'm seeing that are open are like senior roles, and they're looking for people with like 10, 15 years of experience. They want people who've been like VP of whatever, or it's a role that's like rolled into like a lead people officer role. So it's also responsible for like HR or like their benefits, and they're looking for someone who has experience beyond just DEI. I don't know the last time I saw like a true like DEI program manager or similar type of role. Not that. Yeah, I always remember the smell of the feed. And brushing the horses was always fun too, because they would it would feel good like right behind their shoulder, and then they would flip their lip up and nod their head. But again, I'm not changing any of these trainings. I'm just responsible for identifying gaps. Right away. I complain, but I do really like this job. It's just frustrating to not be able to do more, because I see so many opportunities where I could be really, really helpful. And I think we could be doing a lot more and making a lot more money for the company, but I'm kind of hamstrung. It's hard for DEI folks to pivot to HR, or are the degrees similar? So it's not the degree that's usually the issue. I don't know any place that offers like a degree in DEI. Usually DEI folks come to it through some other method. So like my degree's in sociology. Other folks get started in their like ERG, their employee resource group. So they might have a background in like engineering or sales or whatever, and got involved in DEI through their employer. It is hard to pivot to HR because typically an HR background is a lot more diverse. So unless you're lucky, like any place I've worked, I have HR experience, but all my experience is HR specialist experience. So I have experience in employee relations, I have experience in investigations and Title IX, equal opportunity, and in DEI. I don't have experience in things like payroll, benefits administration, HR business partner practices. What most HR roles are looking for is someone who has that full kind of spectrum of experience, because they want someone who can do all of those things. They're hiring someone who can do payroll, who can do onboarding, who can do offboarding, who can handle benefits, who can do DEI work too, who can handle investigations and employee relations work. So it, depending again on the role and what your specific experience looks like, usually someone who's only done DEI work doesn't have enough of the experience that a company would be looking for something like an HR generalist role, which is usually like your intro level. It might also include like recruiting as well. I've worked in places where HR also was responsible for recruitment. So you might have like some of the experience, or you might check some of their boxes, but usually not enough of them for them to hire you. And particularly in a market like this, where there's probably someone else who's applied who does have more of that experience. So it can be really tough. It's easier for someone to pivot from HR to DEI than it is the other way around, because HR is a broad discipline, and from employer to employer, what that looks like is super different. Like all the organizations I've worked at have been big enough that there were specialists. I could just do DEI work, or I could just do like investigations or employee relations work. But I've also worked for organizations where we had one HR person, and they did recruiting, they did payroll and benefits, and everything, investigations and complaints. All of those functions fell to that one person. And in a market like this, where there are plenty of people looking for roles, they don't have to take a risk on someone who doesn't have all of that experience, because there's probably someone who's applied who has more of the specific experience they're looking for. I love that ukulele. I think I would like having a horse. I don't think I would ride a horse, but I did love getting to play with them and pet them. I think as much as manual labor is not for me, I do think I would enjoy, my ideal scenario would be having a friend who owns a farm. If I had the access to a farm without having to be the one responsible for all of its day-to-day function, that I feel like would be a really great arrangement for me. I love farm animals. I don't mind getting dirty, but I don't do, like, I'm not gonna go out and build a fence. I'm not gonna build like a barn. I will not go out and like drive a tractor and plant things. But I would like muck out a stall. I would do that. I would like bathe the animals. I would feed animals and stuff. That doesn't bother me. Maybe someday. Maybe if drag doesn't work out. Maybe that'll be my backup plan. Although I feel like now is not a good time to start a farm. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of like stories and stuff, news stories about how hard these tariffs are going to hit farmers. As though it wasn't already hard enough to like maintain a farm and sustain one. Okay, what am I doing? I am doing... It's just so messy. So messy. There you go, Cam. I don't know if I could do all that. I do have a friend. Friend might be a strong word. A past colleague who I still keep in touch with from time to time, but she just moved. She's a lesbian, and I think they have a kid. And she just moved from Seattle. She was in Seattle, and she moved to Ireland. I think her wife, because some of those countries in Europe have like pretty complex and sometimes very lenient laws and restrictions around citizenship. So I think her wife has like a grandparent who was Irish, and so she like qualifies for Irish citizenship for some reason. And so they just packed up and moved from the West Coast to Ireland, and she loves it. She's like, obviously there's some culture shock, and like generally there's a lot of like language and stuff that I don't know, but it probably helps that like Ireland, there are probably a lot of people who speak English there too, so it's, I'm sure, less of an adjustment than a lot of other places would be, but she loves it. She also has like a remote job that lets her work from anywhere. She's an HR business partner, and I know that she makes very good money. I know what she made when she worked with me, and she made very good money there. And I know that she left because this company she works for now pays way better. So I think that she makes six figures, like multiple six figures. And her wife's like a lawyer or something. Her wife's also like someone who does very well. So they, I think, had a lot more resources to do something like that, but yeah, they're fine. She also does like executive coaching on the side as like a side hustle thing, and I think she wrote a book. So even if for whatever reason she lost her like 9 to 5, like she's fine. She's fine. And she worked in tech for like 10 years. So she's got stock, I'm sure. And she's got like her 401. She's got plenty that she could like fall back on if she had to. I've already exhausted all of those things. But I know that she would be fine. But yeah, she's really happy with it. And Ireland's like one of the few places in the world that has seen like a population decline or plateau. Like their population hasn't been growing. Partially because I don't think there are a lot of jobs there. So I think that's often one of the like terms, or one of the things that need to be considered if you move there, is that you may not be able to find a job there. And often it's a requirement that you have like a remote job, because then you'll start paying taxes there. And that's what they're really looking for. As much as they want like the people in their like country, it's also like you become a taxpayer there. Oh. Not that, Cam. Well, I don't think the issue is the birth rate. I think they have the same problem that a lot of rural parts of the United States have. Like Maine, similarly, it's still, the population's still growing, but the urban-rural split is getting wider. So there are less and less people in the rural parts of our state. And it's because people are born there. People are still having kids. They're just not staying there. And so I think the same thing happens, is that people have kids in Ireland, then they grow up and leave. Because there are no jobs, because there's no opportunity that they're interested in there. So I think that's what's probably happening. Because I know that's what's happening here in Maine. There's such a crisis right now of like rural healthcare. All of our rural hospitals are closing, or they're closing down parts of like, I think in the last year we've had 2 or 3 hospitals that have ended their like OBGYN, or their like delivery units. Like you can't go and have a baby there unless it's like an emergency and they have to. Because they can't keep the staffing, and they're losing money doing it. So, which is funny, because then they say like, oh, there are plenty of jobs available here, but literally, like if I pulled up Indeed for my city right now, probably 60 or 70% of the jobs are going to be like home health aides, CNAs or like CRMAs, healthcare, like PSPs, personal support professionals. But, and I can't apply for any of those because you have to be able to drive, but nobody wants those jobs. Nobody wants to have to spend their whole like day driving 2 hours around, you know, rural Maine. But that's the work that like we need to fill right now, because there's nobody to do it. Yeah, so that's what it is, and that's a phenomenon that's happening, I think, around the world, is that we're moving more and more into cities. And that's certainly the trend here in the US. The population of Maine is growing, but if you look at like a county by county breakdown, the county I grew up in, shrinking. Raisin, honey. The only reason we talked about this, oh, no, it was in Discord. I was showing random people in Discord where I grew up. And the school there is like the only school in that whole part of the state that hasn't lost students. Like the head count at the high school has actually stayed about the same, but it's because they have a boarding program, and they've just kept growing that boarding program, which balances out the loss that they've had of local students. So there are fewer local students going, but they just add more and more international students every year to make up for the decline they're seeing locally. But most schools aren't doing that. Like me moving from rural urban. Yeah, a lot of people do it, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Obviously, everybody has usually a very good reason for doing it. And for a lot of people, that's the only place where they can get the support or services or healthcare, or that's the only place where they can find a job. Like, I probably, if I didn't have the dog, probably could have moved to a city and gotten a job by now. I'm sure that I could have. The reason I'm not moving is because I can't have him in a city. He would literally have a heart attack. He is far too reactive. But if I were more flexible and more willing to move into a city bigger than the one I'm in now, yeah, I probably wouldn't have a problem. Yeah. Which just then adds to the, growing crisis of like, if you can't get like basic healthcare in a rural corner of Maine, how are you going to get transition related care? You're probably not, unless you move. So, but there are plenty of people who like it that way, because then all of your trans people leave and they don't stay where you are. And then you can say there aren't any trans people here, which is obviously not true, but you've created a culture in which those trans people can't really thrive and be openly trans there. So yeah, most of them end up leaving if they can, or they want to and they just can't. And the same is true of pretty much any other, marginalized community. It's probably hard to get like competent healthcare if you're a Black person in rural Maine. It's hard enough to get that in a city or any other part of the country, let alone, podunk, backwater Maine, where you might be the only Black person who lives in that town. It's probably hard to get the type of specialized care you might need if you have a disability. And that's how these inequities and systems kind of reciprocate and perpetuate. And that's how white people and cis people and straight people can say like, oh, well, we're welcoming. All people are welcome here. We just don't have a lot of gay people. It's like, yeah, because you say that, but the things that actually keep gay people or Black and brown people or disabled people or trans people or immigrants in a community aren't a priority or aren't available at all. Anyway, I can't remember how we got on that topic, but oh, we talked about moving. Yeah, I mean, everybody do what you need to for yourself. I don't see that as an option for myself, but who knows? Give it long enough, maybe. I also have to figure out like what I'm going to do for a job. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm pivoting. The anxiety medicine is helping. The problem is it doesn't stop him from being reactive. It just keeps him from staying there as long. So like he still was barking when the mailman came up. He just spent less time there than he would otherwise. And the issue is, it's not so much that he's reactive. Like there are reactive dogs that do just fine. Problem is he's so anxious and has so much separation anxiety in particular that one, I wouldn't be able to leave him out and about if I left. So like if I moved into a city, first off, I'd have a hard time finding an apartment that would let me have him because he's technically a big dog. I don't think he's that big, but he's over 50 pounds, which for a lot of like landlords and companies draw the line at like 50. He's also, and his paperwork doesn't say he's a pit bull, but he's very visibly at least part pit bull, which is a non-starter for a lot of a lot of places as well. So finding a place in a city would be difficult with him. And if I'm out of the house for more than like 6 or 7 hours, I'd have to figure something out because it's not humane to leave him in his crate for like 9 hours a day. The vet said, as like a once in a while, like if you have to, 8 hours maximum. But if I were working full time in an office somewhere, it would be at least 8 hours every single day, plus however long it took me to get back and forth. So maybe closer to 9 hours. So unless I had like a roommate or someone living with me who also could come and like check on him, or if I had the time to come home and let him out for a bit. But even then, that's not like a way to live. I don't want a dog that has to spend 40 to 50 hours a week in a crate, even though he likes his crate. He's not like unhappy in there, but eventually he's gonna get fucking bored. It's not fair to make him like hold his bladder that long every single day. So it's something that I could probably make work if I had to, like absolutely had to, but the trade-offs just wouldn't be worth it for me. It would be super expensive, and that means I'd have to take a job, like even if it were not the right job for me, just to make sure I could pay my bills there. And then like his quality of life would just not be, it wouldn't be in a place where I would be okay with it. So I probably could already have a full-time job if I were more flexible with moving and such. I also can't really afford to move right now. I can't afford to stay where I am, let alone pack up all my shit and move. So, you know, getting into a new place is expensive. Moving your shit is expensive. So it's just not really feasible for me right now. I'm already not sure. I realized this the other day. I don't know if I'm going to get my security deposit back here because we paid our security deposit to the last landlord, and now he sold the house, the building, to somebody else. My guess is he's not going to give me my security deposit back on a building he doesn't own anymore. When I finally do move out of here, if I ever do, I might just rot here. But and I paid our full security deposit, so the whole thing should be coming back to me, but I don't know how that works when someone sells the building. And normally that's what I would use to pay the security deposit for a new place. But like I said, I would imagine if I text him and say, hey, where's my security deposit? He's probably not going to fork it over. So I'm kind of stuck where I am until I have a job. Which is why I would ideally like it to be a remote job so that I can then start to make those decisions around like, is this where I want to be? Do I want to move someplace else? Would it make sense for me to move like even just further into like southern Maine, closer to where a lot of my friends are? Or would it make sense to move across the country? Or, you know, I wouldn't feel so like stuck where I am if I had that sort of like support structure in place, but I just don't right now. New owner may have taken that on if he assumed ownership of the lease. Well, that's the thing, I don't know any of that. I never got a new lease when the new person bought it. I haven't gotten a new lease since we signed our first one. I have texts with the new owner saying, yes, we want to re-sign, but he's never given us another lease or anything. So I don't know. And this new owner isn't a landlord. He's not someone who's owned a building like this before. He's never been a landlord before. So I'm sure he hasn't even probably thought of it. And the previous owner went through an agency to lease the place. So it wasn't even the owner that we paid the security deposit to. It was this leasing agent that we paid it to. So there's like 3-4 parties involved. So either way, even if there is like a legal precedent for it, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to get it because no one's gonna fucking know, and nobody's gonna want to cough up that much money unless they're forced to. I know I wouldn't. I didn't want to cough it up when when we moved in. But here we are. So it would just be messy. So ideal scenario would be that I get a job first, and then that makes it easier to consider everything else. I don't think I want to stay in this apartment for the rest of my life. But I'm also not in a position to make any like drastic changes until I have a job. Or at least like a solid lead on a job. There's too much like up in the air in the world right now for me to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna move halfway across the country all by myself with a dog. You know? Some people might be all about that, but not me. Couldn't be me. Abracadabra, abracadabra. I've had that stuck in my head for days now. Just that one part. Just that one part. See, like, this is one thing that I keep getting hung up on, and this, like, effort to pivot our trainings away from being so DEI forward. We have a lot of trainings that talks pretty in depth about belonging, which at our company, we use the acronym DEIB. So for us, it's diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So to me, my thought is, okay, well, we can't use belonging either, but a lot of other organizations that I've seen and that I've worked with, that's what they're replacing DEI with. Instead of saying DEI, they talk about belonging or community instead, because it's not as explicitly like identity intensive. So does that mean we need to change this entire training? Because the title of this training includes the word belonging. It's literally all about creating belonging at work. So to me, that means the whole thing needs to be changed. But this also isn't one of the trainings that I'm supposed to be editing. I'm supposed to just be looking for gaps. I don't know. I guess I really don't understand the ask. I don't know, girl. Now I keep getting random stuff thrown on my calendar. God, some of these slides are just not. Or some of them, it's just like a random graphic and then there's no like presenter notes or anything. So I don't know how we're supposed to like. Not what I'm doing right now. Girl, I don't know. Part of me just wants some simple, straightforward, easy, remote, like customer. So I don't even care if I'm on a phone all day anymore. Something that I can just do my job, and then when I log out, I don't have to think about it until I clock back in. Like, there's something so appealing about the simplicity. As much as I love what I do now, and as much as I think this is what I'm good at, there's something that I think would be so nice and so healing almost about having just like a very simple, straightforward job that I don't have to like carry with me outside of my like shift, you know? Like when I was doing that stuff for LL Bean, was that like my ideal job? No. But the fact that it was something that like wasn't hard, it was something I was good at, it was schmoozing with people buying shit. And when my shift was over, I didn't think about that again until the next day or whenever I had to work next. Something about that was just so nice. Whereas now it just feels like on a professional level, on a personal level, and then a lot of my content is also like social justice related. It kind of feels like I'm just working all the time, which is why sometimes I think it's so hard for me to focus on my work when I'm working, because I feel like I don't ever actually like stop thinking about this stuff. And that's probably not healthy. I'm also supposed to be doing a best practices report. We don't have like a template or anything, so I don't know what that means to them. So I'm just gonna do what I think that means. And if they have a problem with it, then that's on them, I guess. I don't know. Hi Wheels, welcome in. So that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I think I mentioned this on my last stream. Like, I've managed to get my like expenses to a point where like I don't need a job like the last full-time job. Like the last job I had that I got laid off from paid super well, and at first that's what I was looking for. I was like, I've made it into tech. I don't want to leave again. I don't want to give up all of this, all the perks that come with working in tech. Now, no girl. I could probably make minimum wage work at this point. It wouldn't be cute, but I could probably make it work. Between that and like drag stuff that I do, I could make it work. But I don't want to go spend 8 hours a day in an office. That's kind of a non-starter for me. Even if I didn't have the dog to worry about. I feel like all I do is complain on my streams now. I feel like these co-working streams are just me venting about all the shit I'm like frustrated with. I'm sorry. Things could be so much worse. As much as I like wish things were different, I have a roof over my head. I'm not at risk of going hungry anytime soon. Like, I am generally healthy. Things could be so much worse. And there are so many people who have it so much worse. And it's hard not to focus on like the things I would like to change. Which is really just the job thing. Like, so many of the other things that I've stressed out about, like, would either be a non-issue or would be so much easier to manage. Even like my mom asking me for money today and like her situation, like, would I be able to help her if I had a job? Probably not, but there would be like a path forward there. Like, there would be something I could do for her then. I'm just not in a position to do that until I'm able to like take care of myself. That's all. I've even thought about signing back up for that flexjobs.com, the place I found my last job. But it's like $25 a month, and I just wasn't getting any interviews or anything from it, but it did feel like the best place to find remote jobs in particular. It's just so hard to justify that kind of cost right now. But then if I'm on LinkedIn, the job, this is what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about how like DEI jobs just get kind of rolled up into something else so that DEI folks are no longer even qualified for these jobs. I get this like email from LinkedIn every day with like the newest jobs. This one, they want a remote, great, it's part-time, but the title is Racial Justice Social Media Specialist. So they want someone who's got a DEI background, specifically with a focus or emphasis or significant experience in racial justice, and someone, well, yeah, that's a whole other conversation, and someone who's got experience with running social media. Let's see how much experience. Oh, and this isn't even a permanent role. It's a contract, temporary one for about 2 or 3 months. So this isn't even like a full-time permanent. There are a lot of like, not scams necessarily on LinkedIn, but there are a lot of like, it's easy to put the number of times I've seen postings that I know because I've been in an MLM before, so I kind of like know how to recognize them. The number of people who are like Mary Kay representatives, or you know, they're part of whatever pyramid scheme that you know of, and they put job postings on here for like sales roles, but they're just trying to recruit for their MLM. It's wild. My guess is that it's probably a temporary campaign. This is an agency posted this, so the company that's hiring them is not the company on the listing, but yeah, it doesn't say what the client is, but my guess is that it's like a limited time campaign of some sort. Or you're like filling in. A lot of time I'll see postings for like maternity leave coverage. So there's like a limited time that you're actually on the job. And I know lots of people who do jobs like that, and they just like bounce from like temporary client. Like that's what they like to do. They prefer to be like a 1099. There tends to be a lot more like schedule flexibility. You tend to be able to work from wherever you want in those types of roles. Because you're not an employee, they can't tell you what to do in terms of like your time and energy. So I know lots of people lots of DEI folks who that's what they do. A lot of the people I work with, this consulting firm that we work with is the only like structured employment they have. They all have like their own consulting firms, or they have their own like they've written books, or you know, they do like their own thing on the outside of what we do. I just haven't done that myself. Like I have a website and I do my own private consulting stuff on the side too, but I'm not as established as all of them are. And a lot of people like that. A lot of people prefer it that way. I don't know if I could ever just be okay with that. I would have to be in a position where it was a lot more productive than it is for me right now. It's like streaming, where like there are lots of folks who stream full time and this is their only income and they're happy that way. And the fact that it's like not a guaranteed thing and their income is, you know, you start from scratch again every single month, that doesn't bother them. I don't think I could ever do that myself unless I had to. Because I think the stress of knowing that like at any given point I could lose half or more of my income just because people can't afford to subscribe as much. I don't know that I would ever be able to like be okay with that. But some people, that's how they live and that's how they prefer it. The trade-off is worth it for them because they're not somebody's employee. They get to make their own schedule and do their own thing, and you know, that freedom is enough for them to be okay with sort of the unknown and unknowable. Sometimes, yeah, Razor. I mean, that's the thing about streaming, is that like there's a certain amount of, and a lot of folks don't acknowledge this, and this is what leads me to not respect a lot of big streamers, is there's some luck to it too. Like, yes, you have to be entertaining, you have to be, or educational, or you know, whatever it is that you do, you have to be good at it. But there's also like, there are plenty of people who are educating, who are entertaining, who are great at the game that they're playing, and they still don't get thousands and thousands of viewers, or they're not working full-time as a creator. So like there's a certain amount of luck to it too, and I think it's worth acknowledging that. Not to say that like the reason I'm not famous is because I just haven't gotten lucky. There are a lot of things I could be doing much better, but I think there are a lot of people who refuse to acknowledge that like it's okay to say like, yeah, I worked hard to get here and like I got lucky too. Like you could do all the same things, and that's why people who sell like courses or coaching on how to be a streamer, I'm always wary, because you can do all of the right things. You can follow all the tips from all the gurus and do all of those things right and still not see the same results. Like, that's just the way this industry works. And that's how a lot of industries work. The same thing is true of DEI work. Like, I could go and put more time and energy and effort into getting private consulting gigs and training gigs and speaking gigs. And I might not see the same results as some of the other people who are doing that work, even if I'm doing all of the same things. It's just the way that it is. A huge amount of networking too. Yeah, I mean, depending on the kind of content you make and such. Streaming, I think in particular, tends to favor folks who collaborate a lot. If you look at big streamers, there are a lot of them who stream together or do events together. I think a lot of it too is about putting what you make back into your stream. So people who are able to meet their own needs, but then also have extra to invest in kind of upgrading their stream, they benefit from that. Yeah, exactly, Raven. There's so many variables and so many things that influence all of them. And again, that's not to take away from people who are successful doing it. Like, obviously there's a lot, trust me, I get it. There's a lot that you have to know how to do in order to even just be a bad streamer. Even to just, like, I'm streaming to 7 people right now. My average is less than 10 viewers. And it has been for probably a year now. Like, I am not by any stretch like a big super, I would not point to my stream or my content and be like, this is how you do it. But there's still a lot that goes into having to do, like, to being able to do this. I have to know a lot of things. There are a lot of things I've had to learn in order to do this. So that's not to take away from, like, what large streamers are doing and able to do. And again, there's so many variables that influence the outcome there that we don't like to talk about quite so much. All that to say, like, I wish I was someone who could just be like, yeah, I'll just do freelance stuff and it'll all work out, but that's not how my brain works. I would be too stressed out. Like I said, I would have to be at a point where, like, I was consistently making more than I think I need to live so that I could sustain, like, a bad month. And even then, I would probably still be a little nervous about it. So ideally, I think if I could just get a job, so again, something that's, like, super simple, super straightforward, even something part-time, I could probably make work at this point. Because then it would leave me enough time that I could continue doing this consulting stuff. I could continue streaming. I could continue doing drag stuff, and make ends meet that way. But even just finding, like, a part-time work from home customer service job is, like, impossible right now. Like, no matter what I look for, it just feels like I can't even get an interview for any of these jobs, which is so wild. Now I'm all stressed out and feel like I need to go apply for jobs. Now I can't focus on the work I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, I hate this. Now I'm like, I should go apply for more jobs. Okay. I hate it. I hate this feeling. And it's hard not to take it personally. Like, it's been over 2 years now since I got laid off. And it's hard not to feel like there must be something wrong with me. Or, like, what am I not doing? Or what am I doing that I shouldn't be? But I know there are a lot of other people in the same or similar circumstances. Yeah. And it sucks because it's one of those things too where like there's nothing anybody can really like. People try to make me feel better. Like there are people, lots of people who are, oh, you'll find something. Things will turn around eventually. Just keep your head up. And it's like, I know that you mean well saying those things, but that doesn't help. Like that doesn't help at all. But I also know that there's like nothing you can say that will help. But it's like, that's easy to say as someone who's employed, who is not in this position, who is not worrying about all this shit all the time. Well, I'm not worried about that because I'm checking my email several times a day and I'm checking every single folder for that very, very reason. But it is stressful. It is very stressful. Do not recommend. Do not recommend. I just hate it. It's so frustrating to not feel like I'm asking for much, but feel like it's still too much. Like, like I said, I don't need like a 6-figure income. I don't need it to even be full time. Like, I feel like the floor is so low, or the bar is so low, and feeling like it's still too much is so frustrating. And again, I know that there's so many people in the same boat, and there are so many people way worse off, but it does get so frustrating. It feels like my life, I'm about to get dramatic. It feels like my life has just been on hold for like 2 years now. Like I feel like I can't, like I said, I can't think about moving. I can't think about even just getting a different apartment here in this town. I can't think about going on vacation. I can't think about doing fun things with friends because it's just not feasible right now. And it just feels like everything's been on hold pretty much ever since I got laid off. And that there have been times where like I've gotten really close to getting a job, or I've gotten that like part-time jobs, the restaurant job, the customer, like there have been times where it's felt like, okay, things are starting to turn around, and then the rug gets pulled out from under me. And so it just feels like I've wasted the last 2 years of my life, frankly, because there's like no end in sight, if that makes sense. And that's just really frustrating. And I'm gonna stop talking about it now, but know that I'm thinking about it literally all the time. Things will get better. I will make them get better. It's just taking longer than I want it to. And I'm not a patient person. Shocking, I know. I'm also not a patient person with myself or with others. Yeah. I feel like it affects everything. Like I can tell it's changed not who I am, but that's dramatic. It's changed the way that I like show up. It makes me not want to like. I feel like I don't want to be around myself sometimes. This is going to sound much more dramatic than it actually is. And so therefore I don't expect anybody else to want to be around me either. On this Internet Friends Day. And that I think has been the hardest. Like it like escalates and like it amplifies like the isolation that I'm already feeling. Because so much of how we're taught to like value ourselves is tied up in what we do. When we introduce ourselves, how many of us start with like, this is what I do for a living? And that's not to say that I don't have a job. Obviously, I'm working, but not enough. So, I don't know. I hate it. I hate it, and I'm ready for it to change, but it's not changing, and that's not easy to deal with. Congrats on your starfish. And congrats on your weird drawing of a fish. GG's. GG's. Oh, these trainings are so ugly. Oh my god. This one's just like one slide after another of those. I guess people still use them, but I remember like maybe 10 years ago, it was when they really like became super popular in professional spaces. Those like word clouds, where it's just a bunch of words and they're all different sizes. It's that. It's a training on microaggressions. And so it's just one word cloud after another, and they're all these like DEI terms. I don't feel very Pink Pony Club right now. Raven, it's so interesting that you mentioned that. Can I be vulnerable for a moment? I have a speaker in my bathroom. So I have one of those, it's like a Bluetooth speaker, and you put it on, you're supposed to put it on like the glass of your shower, but where I live now, we don't have glass, it's like a curtain. So I put it on the mirror and it works just as fine. It uses the like glass to amplify the sound. So it's a Bluetooth speaker, and I listen to music sometimes while I'm taking a shower. Usually only if my neighbor's not home, because I can't tell how loud it is to her, and I don't want to like irritate her. But it died today while I was in the shower while Pink Pony Club was playing, and I cried. I was not in a good place this morning. I knew it was gonna happen because it does this thing where like it starts to tell you, like it'll be like, oh, low battery, please charge, and it does that like 10 times before it actually turns off. But it was right in the middle of Pink Pony Club, and I was like, this just feels, this just feels so appropriate. What about using your own time and completely revamping a training and presenting the product to your boss? Well, that's what I did with the first of these 4 trainings. So our initial directive was to take, because these are all trainings that we don't do anymore. So they're trainings that we moved away from as companies were committing more and more to DEI. So in the wake of George Floyd, companies were looking for more explicit DEI training and information. And so we moved away from these trainings because they weren't DEI forward enough. And so initially the ask was take these trainings and update them, because a lot of them have like old data, or they refer to like reports and research that has probably been done again, and there might be more recent data to do. And to like remove any like explicit DEI stuff. And so the first of the trainings that I looked at, I was like, this whole training is bad, I think. And I told my boss that. I had a one-on-one with her, and she was like, that's when she told me that the other person who's going through these trainings probably created some of the trainings that I'm looking at, and to be careful in how I say, like, and I was like, I'm not going to go to her and be like, hey, your training sucked. I'll find a way to say it in a more professional way. It's fine. But like, it just didn't make sense. It was rambling. It wasn't long enough. Our trainings are an hour and a half long. There's no way that you could stretch what was on those slides to take up an hour and a half. So I did revamp that one entirely. So there is an example of that. She hasn't, I don't think, looked at it yet, but the problem isn't that they don't see the benefit. It's that everything is so tight financially for them right now. Everything is about numbers. And I've always been frustrated by that, because I know how much I make and how much they make off of these trainings. And it's very frustrating to know that somehow they're pulling in as much as they are for one of these trainings, and I'm only getting a very small portion of that. A very small, like 0.01% of how much we make on these trainings actually goes into my pocket. And that's always been a point of contention for me. And it's also been a reason that I've thought in the past that what I want to do is actually put more effort into doing my own stuff, because I could do these trainings probably better and for a fraction of the price. Some of our contracts are like disgustingly expensive. And for me, it's a matter of like, okay, if they're paying that much money, we should be delivering a product that's worth it. And one of the issues that I know we are facing, but also a lot of folks in this field are facing, is a lot of companies just aren't renewing their contracts. So we just got through the end of the year. A lot of companies were looking at their contracts. That's going to continue happening. And so for me, it's a matter of like, okay, how can we provide more value for what people are spending so that it's easier for us to sell a renewal when their contract is up. A lot of the contracts I'm on are up in the next few months. That's why they're like in panic mode about trainings and things right now, because we've got to get their deliverables to them before their contract ends. And so in my head, I'm like, okay, well, how do we like knock it out of the park so that when it's time for the salesperson to sit down with them and say, like, here's what we can offer you for the next year, they've had a good experience with what they had this year. But again, things are just so tight in terms of the budget that even getting me, I was hired for 10 hours a month, and then I got bumped up to 15, which was supposed to be temporary, but we've just never talked about it again. And I just do 15 hours every month. This month I got approved for 25 hours, but that's a one-time thing. I'm not supposed to get that again like next month unless I ask again, and maybe they'll give it to me. So it's hard for me to be like, give me more work when they already like, it's pretty tight already. And there are full-time people on our team. There are 5 people on my team. 2 of them are full-time actual employees of the company, and then 3 of us are contractors. I don't know how many hours the other 2 contractors get. I get the sense that they get more than I do, and they've both been there for at least 3 years, I think. So I also think that if there were more hours to be given, I don't know that I would be the first one offered them. I think part of the only reason why I'm getting them this time is because the last time I spoke to my boss, we had my like developmental conversation where we talked about my goals and what I want to do. And I told her outright, I was like, I don't have ongoing private clients right now. My clients, when I do like private consulting stuff, it's almost always for one-off like trainings or events. I don't have people who pay me on a monthly basis to do work for them. And so I said, the majority of how I'm paying my bills right now is this consulting work I'm doing with you. And so I think she heard that and thought, okay, well, let me see if I can try to find some more hours for him. And so that's part of why I think I'm doing this work right now. But again, there are so many other people on my team and they've all been there longer than I have. So if there were more work to give or more hours, I don't know that I would necessarily be the one to get them. And I'm not mad about that, but you start harvesting. I mean, I probably could, yes, but it takes so much now to do this work, and they're very prominent in the field. Like if you regularly hire people to come in and do this sort of work for you, you know who this company is. So just from like a name recognition and some of the clients that they have, I wouldn't even know how to approach I wouldn't even know who to approach in some of these companies to get time with them to present or like pitch to them. Just because, again, they've been doing this for so long. They've got a well built out like marketing team and customer success team that they do. Like there's an event I think happening right now actually that they do these events as like a lead generator. So they'll do like a webinar or a conference or some sort of like free event to get people to come in and have these experiences and learn or network. And then they've got your information so they can reach out and start asking you about selling you the products that we offer. So they also offer a bunch of other stuff. So my team is one very small piece of what they do. Most of what we do is like companies will hire us to do their recruiting for them, for example. So we have like full cycle recruiting staff that you can basically just let us know what kind of person are you looking for this role, what kind of experience do they need to have, and then we do the entire job for you. We'll interview, we'll source, we'll hire, and then you just like sign off on the people that you hired. There's also like a online training platform. So there are a lot of companies that instead of having to build their own like professional development platform where people can do like trainings on leadership, and it's not just DEI stuff, but all kinds of professional development skills, they can contract with us and give their employees access to our platform instead. That's what most of our income I think comes from. Is this platform that we've created, and you pay per person. There's like a licensing fee. That's like our most reliable income because it's the thing that's easiest for people to just keep renewing because people get access to it. And there's less of like a sale pitch that has to happen there. But that's the other problem I think with our team is, and I mentioned this to my boss too, was I don't think there's enough visibility on what our team even does. A lot of our salespeople don't know what trainings we offer. They don't know what different types of events our team specifically can provide. And so they don't know how to sell it because they don't know if a client says, this is the problem we're facing, or here's the conversation we want to have. If they don't know what we do, they can't offer what we do as a solution. And so I think that there's a branding issue with our team that I offered help with. But again, I only get so many hours a month. So it is what it is. But I'm grateful for what I have. And again, things could be so much worse. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have this work. I would literally have to just put up with leaving the dog in his crate all day, or I'd be streaming all the fucking time, and I'd be insufferable about asking people to give me money. I try to be pretty like low key on like nudging people to tip or subscribe and stuff because I understand we're all going through it. But if this was the only income I had, would be a totally different bitch. You wouldn't even recognize. I would be any sponsorship, any affiliate code. It would be aggressive, too aggressive. See, this whole training is about microaggressions, which to me isn't too like DEI forward, but if you're someone who agrees with the current administration, this is going to read as woke liberal bullshit. And you're gonna think this is too DEI. Abracadabra. I've had that stuck in my head ever since it came out, and I'm not mad about it. All right, I have 4 more of these trainings to go through. I'm literally, these ones I'm not even supposed to be touching. I'm just going through and writing out like what are the themes that are present, and then are there any gaps or places where trainings might be helpful that we don't already have a training for it. But I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I have to go to the bathroom. And when I come back, we'll grind out the rest of this. I don't know if we'll keep going. I can feel my mood dropping. I've maybe been talking about my shitty situation too much today. But we'll figure that out when I get back. I shall BRB. Oh my god, I almost hit the wrong button. I almost hit the button that's for like if someone starts hate rating me and it locks everything down. BRB, love you, mean it. I return. There is also, if I'm sneaky about it, we have company. You heard me say that. Can't really see him, can you? Hi, Bubba. Well, just take my word for it. He's over there. He's over there, I promise. I guess I didn't realize how dark it was over there, but he is. He's. Hello. Very sluggish today. Same. I also have been sneezing a lot, but I think it's just because it's so dry. My sinuses are kind of fucked. I also saw they confirmed RFK Jr. Because of course they did. Why wouldn't they? What I do want to see, and I'm sure I know the answer already. I just wondering how Susan Collins voted. $52-48. One Republican joined Democrats to oppose him, and it was Mitch McConnell. What the fuck? Susan, I really need her to fucking retire. Get this bitch out of here. I'm so over her. She did the same thing that she did with Brett Kavanaugh. So she had concerns about his stance on... It was some specific vaccine. The Lyme disease vaccine. So because he said he would support the ongoing development of a Lyme disease vaccine, she agreed to support him. With no actual guarantee that he's gonna do that. She does this all the fucking time. With Kavanaugh, it was whether or not he felt Roe v. Wade was settled law. He said yes. Then he turned around and voted to overturn it, or supported overturning it. She does this shit all the time. Which is, well, I believe I've been given assurances. Okay, have you not been paying attention? These bitches love to lie. Their assurances don't mean anything. And then she gets to clutch her pearls and act like she didn't know it was going to happen. And say that she's gravely concerned. Exactly. And Jared Golden does the same shit. That's one of the things people love to talk about Maine as a blue state. And overall it is. But it is so closely divided that our representatives end up being such hot garbage who try to play both sides all the fucking time. And Jared Golden and Susan Collins are the worst offenders. They get all kinds of fucking like praise for being the most bipartisan in government, but it's because they have no spines and they just blow whichever way like the prevailing winds are. And Susan's been doing it for decades. Decades. She only ever votes against the Republicans when it doesn't really matter. I'm shocked she didn't vote against RFK just to say that she did, because it wouldn't have mattered. It would have been 51-49. It's just so wild to me how much these assholes like just cave. On what planet is he qualified in any way, shape, or form? She was at Mar-a-Lago last week. I think she voted for Tulsi too. Tulsi Gabbard got confirmed. Remember when all these names got floated and people were like, there's no way they're all going to get through, and literally all of them except for Matt Gaetz have? Remember when we were like, there's no way they're going to let all this go through. They're going to be Republicans who oppose this. And that's literally not happening except for Mitch. And only because he's retiring and has nothing left to lose. Like he's not in leadership anymore. He's not running for re-elect. He has literally no reason to like kiss ass. RLT would be too. It's so wild. So wild. No wonder people are pissed off. Like, and then there are still people out there trying to blame this on leftists and Muslims in Dearborn. Like, that's the reason we are where we are. And it's not because our Democrats in government are quite literally like allergic to actually doing their jobs. Wild. Yeah, exactly, Raven. Count on Razor to just exclamation point jump while we're trying to have a serious conversation. Holy fuck. I'm gonna see if I can turn off the star game. How do we feel about that? Enjoy it while it lasts, because I'm getting rid of it. I'm done. Half the slides on this one are skipped. Meaning, like, when you actually present it, it doesn't stop on those slides. So am I supposed to go based on what you can actually see or what is here? This is such a mess. I don't even know what to say. Girl, I don't know. All the parts that are skipped are the like good parts. The slides that are actually still part of this presentation are the ones that I would change. The ones they skip are the ones that I think actually have information that might be helpful. So true, Frosty Tools. So true. There's a whole section in here on like calling in versus calling out, which is, I think, important. And I think one thing that we don't talk about enough, at least in professional spaces, when we talk about calling in and calling out, is particularly, I think, in professional spaces where we tend to be a little bit more defensive or a little more kind of dug into our stances than we might be otherwise. I think it's very often and very common that calling in is going to feel like calling out. So that while it's important how you phrase or couch what you're saying or how you approach somebody, you can do all the right things. Like, I'm looking at the examples of calling in on this slide, and one of them says, let's unpack that. Why do you think that's true? And I know people who, no matter how you say that to them, that's going to get them, they're going to get pissed at you. Like, that's going to raise some, like, walls. Even if it's, like, you're saying it in a way that's, like, softer, maybe, or feels softer. I know people that the minute you say, well, let's unpack that, that is going to immediately set up some, like, red flags for them. And maybe it's just a matter of knowing how to approach on, like, an individual level, but maybe there's not enough time in this training for all that. I just know, like, I'm thinking in particular, my last supervisor at the job I got laid off from, if I tried to say that to her, it would immediately be, she would immediately turn it back on me. It would be like, well, you might need to unpack it, but I know what I said. And it wouldn't go well. They also don't really make good use of, like, media. Like, I don't think I've seen a single training of ours that has, like, a video or any kind of, like, alternative method of, like, there's text on all the slides. We do, like, breakout sessions where people go into small groups and, like, we'll talk about a subject or a question. But in terms of, like, we do a lot of, like, scenarios and stuff. I feel like we could find videos with scenario examples instead of just giving them, like, a paragraph explaining it. Something that just is a little more dynamic. But that's just me. What do I know? Yeah, I just feel like some of these trainings, I would be upset if I paid what we pay for these, what people pay for these, and then this is what was presented. If I'm being 100% honest. just feel like we can do better. I go fish girl. Give me something good. Not the metal tubes. I usually get good stuff. That's unfortunate. Exactly, Raven. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, I understand that like budgets are tight and we need to be able to like justify everything we're spending time and hours on. But I don't know a lot of the data. I only really know about the clients I work with, which is a very small percentage of our overall client base. But I know of the like 10 or so clients that I've had certain touch points with, I think 2 or 3 of them have renewed their contracts with us. And not all of them have renewed at the same level. Like some of them have reduced how much they've included in their contract, so they're spending less on us. And I don't know if that's like representative of the whole company, but I feel like it's got to be close. And I feel like if we were providing more value in what we do, would that save all of those clients? No, of course not. But it does feel like we're losing a lot of business simply because we don't want to put the like resources into. And I could do a lot of these trainings quickly. Like now that I know kind of what we're working with, going in and updating a lot of this stuff and providing some structure to it that it didn't already have wouldn't take super long. And I could, it doesn't have to be done at any particular time frame. So I could just take my 15 hours a month and spend it doing that instead. I've only got a couple active clients right now anyway. Like it doesn't have to be, you know, a huge extra financial commitment, but I do think it would really pay off for us. I also think we should be doing these trainings for our internal team too. There's no like, for a company that does DEI, we don't have any internal DEI. There's nobody doing trainings. There's nobody doing policy work. There's nobody tracking like retention numbers, even like basic simple entry level DEI stuff. Nobody's doing that for our own company. So these people who are selling these trainings, who are supposed to be the people selling our trainings and the work that we do, don't even know what it looks like. They don't even know what any of the things we offer are like because they've never done them themselves. Yeah, I don't know the whole story, but from what I gather, there were a couple years ago, like a year or two before I started working here, they did some layoffs and they laid off. There was one person, it sounds like, who was doing a lot of that internal DEI stuff, and they laid that person off as part of this. And so I think they've hesitated to do it again because there are a lot of folks that because of those layoffs, it's kind of like a sore spot for them. And we're just now starting to have those conversations. I suggested it to my boss. I was like, why aren't we doing, because I also think that we could be doing more public facing work too. Like we rely on these like one-off events and job fairs and seminars and things to get clients in the door. But I think if we started doing some of our trainings in like a public, even something like a Twitch or a LinkedIn stream where people can see what a training from our company looks like, or we have these things called courageous conversations, and like if they could see what those things might look like and what the value that it could provide to people might be, I think they're more likely to reach out and ask about just because this is also some of the most affordable work that we do. Like I said, a lot of the other parts of what our company does are bigger and much more expensive, even though what we charge is a lot for like a training. But it would be a good like foot in the door with us. Like sign a contract with us for one training, then you'll see the value that you can get from it, and then we can have the conversation about like expanding that relationship. And it doesn't cost us that much for 1 hour of somebody's time to present a training on LinkedIn or on Twitch or whatever, you know, platform, Zoom, if we want to keep it more like controlled. And she was like, I've never even thought about that. And I was like, yeah, we're relying on these people to sell these products that we offer, and we know from working with them that they don't know what we do. I don't trust that these people, and that's not their fault. I mean, it's their job, but like, it's not their fault if they don't know that necessarily, or at least it's not just their responsibility. Of course they can't sell it if they don't know what it is. How do you sell a product you don't understand? That's like sales 101. Like, it doesn't have to cost us a ton of money to do one training a month that's open to everybody. We pick some like super surface level, something that's not super controversial or too DEI heavy or not DEI heavy enough. We could do something kind of in the middle to give folks kind of a test or a sampling of, you know, this is what a training from this company looks like. But I don't know. I don't know what like the approval chain looks like. It's very weird working for this company in the capacity that I do, because I don't go to like there's every week they have an org-wide call where they share updates and things. I'm not invited to that because I'm not an employee. I got like swag for the holidays. I don't think I was supposed to get that. I got the email and like the link to click on and pick things. I don't think I was supposed to get it though, because my boss saw the cup. I got like a cup with the company logo on it. And she was like, "Oh, where'd you get that?" And I told her, and it didn't seem like she knew that I was getting that link, but I don't think they're going to do anything about it now. So I'm kind of like left out of a lot of conversations, and I don't understand the organization of the company at all, but I'm still expected to like navigate it. Very strange. Very strange dynamic. And again, like I said, I haven't been there. I've been there a year now, but I only work so many hours a month. So it still feels like I'm new. Like, if I were a full-time employee, I've worked there the equivalent of like 3 weeks because I've only worked like 100 hours with them over the course of this year. So there's still so much that I don't know, but because I've been there for as long as I have, a lot of people forget that. So they just assume I know things. Like when they assumed I knew what all the trainings were called, or I'm supposed to do this industry best practices report on DEI councils. So I have to basically try to find information on how other companies are doing DEI councils and what some of the best practices are for that type of work, and put together a report on it. I can do that. That's not hard. But I would imagine there's probably some sort of template or like format that these types of reports are typically provided in. Do I know any of that? No. Because I've never done anything like this before. So I'm going to put something together using my brain and what I think is right. And I'll just hope that it is. We have this whole training on allyship. Is allyship too DEI like on the nose? I would think so. I don't know how you talk about allyship without like really getting pretty heavy on DEI. I don't know how you talk about allyship without talking about like privilege and oppression and I don't think ever seen an allyship training that I really loved. It tends to be a lot of like theory and not a lot that people can take and actually implement. Yeah. It's all just definitions. Which is important, but like, you've got to show people what that looks like too. Like, you can't just show like the graphic of, y'all have probably seen the fence, and it's like equity, equality. Sometimes you'll see a third one that's like justice, and it's all the people trying to look up over the fence at the baseball game. I think that's a good start. But a lot of people can't take that and translate it into what they do and how they show up. I think sometimes people who do this work are just so far removed from it, or we've been doing it for so long that we forget that what might seem obvious or might be like foundational knowledge for us is not that for everybody. Like not everybody knows what privilege is, or we might not all have the same definition. We might not all agree on what privilege is, and that you can't just kind of like assume that. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. It could be that. Hmm. Maybe I'm just overthinking. It's probably that. People keep buying the training, so it can't be that bad, right? Or perhaps, and I know that this is the case with some clients, they don't actually care if it's a good training or not. It's more about like checking the box to say that they did it. And I know that they wouldn't want me to say that, and I know exactly which clients I know are doing that, but I think more often than we would care to admit, it's not so much about like the outcome they're looking for, so much as it is they are looking for an easy solution to say that they've done a training, so that they can point to that and say, this is what we're doing, see? And not because there's actually an outcome they're looking for. They're not trying to like increase employee engagement scores or trying to like increase participation in like their ERGs. There isn't like a specific sort of impact they're looking for. So it doesn't matter how we actually achieve the outcome. Yeah, I think that's the case a lot here, Raven, is because like I do trainings on allyship and privilege and oppression and like all of those like buzzwords so often, I think it's easy for us to sometimes forget that like there are people for whom that is a new topic, or the only exposure they've had to some of those terms is maybe what they see in the news or what they hear from celebrities or the president. And if you're only getting your information from select sources, your understanding of that topic might be very different than mine or anybody else's. This one, we have one training that's called inclusive leadership and one training that's called becoming a highly inclusive leader. One of them uses the old template, but it's been updated more recently than the other one. So All right, one more training and then I'll probably just wrap up. I'm getting so tired. I'm getting so tired. But what I might do, because I do miss doing gaming streams, I might hop back on later. It's only like 4 o'clock my time. So it's still snowing. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So maybe we'll take a little break and then hop on later. Perhaps. Take your tits out for a nap, yeah. That's the other thing is basically living alone now. I'm never wearing clothes. You all are welcome for that visual, but I actually kind of like living alone. I thought I would hate it. I don't mind it at all. Gaming streams have been a bit on the rare side. Yeah, I think it's because there isn't, for like the first time in a long time, there isn't like a game that, like if I don't know what I want to play, there's usually a game I can default to, like Overwatch or Dead by Daylight. Like we've gone through phases, 7 Days to Die for a while. I don't have a game like that right now where like I can hop on and just like, oh, I'll just play that game. So I don't know. We'll see. I know Overwatch has some new stuff coming soon. Maybe I'll dabble back in that. There also isn't really a game that, and we've talked about this, like for me, gaming is like a social thing. So I would like to play games that other people want to play too. And our community is all over the place right now in terms of what games we play. Never, I think, has our community been more all over the place. In the past, there's usually been like one game that most of us play, but now it's like we're all over the place, so. Which isn't a bad thing necessarily, but it makes it harder for me to pick a game that I feel like people are going to want to play with me or watch me play. I feel like the vast majority of you are not interested at all in Dead by Daylight anymore, for example. Which is fine. I've never heard of that show. Amanda's. Never heard of it. Dibble dabble and be very, very bad at it. Now, I'm not worried about being good at the games. Well, I don't think I'm probably good at most of the games that we play. As evidenced by every time I've tried to play competitive. I don't really care about that. But I don't want people to play a game just because I'm playing it. And I feel like with Dead by Daylight, that is often the case. Like, people are playing it so I don't have to play it by myself, not necessarily because it's the game they want to play, you know? Which, maybe that just means we need to do a little more, like, experimenting with other games and find something else that's, you know, community, multiplayer, that we could all get into. I'm okay with that. It's also partially just because I float from game to game so quickly that it makes it, I know I've pissed off some of you before because I get super into a game and then drop it like I never played it before in my life. And it gives some of you whiplash. I understand. I'm willing to own my part. I get it. Please don't buy games just because you want to play them with me. As much as I will try to make you feel like it. You do not have to. I think 7 Days to Die got too complicated in the sense that, like, we had so many of us playing, but we weren't all playing at the same time. So I felt bad playing on our shared server if everybody wasn't there to play at the same time. Because I know it would irritate me if people were like doing things and I wasn't there for it. I also really didn't enjoy the Blood Moon. It kind of pissed me off that like we basically lost everything and had to start over again. But I like the game. I would play more. I wish there's a way to do it without Blood Moons. That's what I would like. There's probably a mod for that. I haven't uninstalled it. I still have it on my computer. It was very brutal. We were not prepared. I was not prepared. I won't speak for everybody else, but I did not feel prepared. I feel like we need to get Austin to try a different design if we try again. Maybe. Maybe. I feel like we were coordinated in our building effort, but we didn't put any effort or time or thought into how we personally were going to respond and react. Like we didn't strategize at all for like who's gonna cover what parts of the building, and if we run out of ammo, who's gonna go down and get more? If someone gets hurt, like who's gonna have, like, we didn't really plan for how we were going to act. We just planned for what we were gonna build. And I think that that might have been part of where we went wrong. We had no actual like strategy. And I feel like especially knowing that where they spawn dictates what part of like the building they try to attack, we could have been a little more intentional in that regard. Just my thought. But we learned. Yeah, I'd be open to playing more. I had a lot of fun playing on my own server by myself. I just haven't had a Blood Moon on that one yet, and now I'm afraid to. But I'm having a great time just building my little house and doing my little farming and all that. That's been very nice. I liked playing the supermarket game. That was fun too. Didn't know zombies could jump back then. Yeah, I think that was part of our problem too. And once they started getting through the walls and getting underneath us, that was a problem. Because we didn't have a way to shoot them once they were down there without getting down there with them. And so I think things really started to snowball then. So I think knowing now how that functions, I think thicker walls will be crucial. Even if they're not, like, I know we leveled them up to like the most durable blocks or whatever. Even if it's like just wood or something, anything that just can slow them down, I think is important. Yeah, like I said, I would play again. The blood moons are kind of scary. I'll have to get Tyler to do it. It sounds like he knows what he's doing. All right, we have finished. We've finished reviewing the trainings. What else do I have on here? Review Hootenanny Run. I can do that real quick. I can do that. It looked like it was fine. Most likely have a wired mic. Fine. That's fine. I'm interested to see there's two of the like segments on this show are not just music, but a sing-along. I'm interested to see how that plays. Is that what makes it a hootenanny? I'm still not sure. Informal gathering with folk music and sometimes dancing. I hope they're not expecting me to dance. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Yeah, this looks fine. I don't really know what they want from me on this, but I looked at it and it looks fine, so good enough for me. Google form for campus. Oh. I don't really want to do that, but people keep nagging me about getting booked for this, so the sooner I make a form, the sooner I can just tell them to do that instead. Definitely think of joyous dancing, and I don't know much of anything. I'm not even sure if this is like, I don't think they call it a hootenanny because it's supposed to be a hootenanny. I think they just thought it was a fun, quirky name. Yeah, I gotta think about this a little bit. I haven't really thought about what specifically to put in this form. I know I want people to have, like, put more thought and time into into their numbers and stuff. I don't want it to just be like, yeah, I want to get paid. Hi, Beth. How are you? Razor, can we get a shout out for Beth, please? Okay, how are you? I'm good. I'm okay as well. Hanging in there. Just been doing some co-working. We were commiserating earlier about job search stuff, as usual. For the longest time, I thought her name was Beth Demon and rocked me to my core to learn otherwise. Well, if Beth ever made an alt, Beth Demon would be a great name for it. If you ever decided to dabble in VTubing, a little demon VTuber would be very cute. There are probably people who would call her a demon, who would say that's an accurate depiction. Yeah, see? Exactly. Not that Razor. Razor always has to take things and make it weird. Razor literally just hangs out here to play the jump game and be a perv. 2 functions. That's all he's got. I know every time I go to Tree Fungus's stream, I know Razor's already going to be there, and I know that Razor's already going to be thirsting. Without fail. There is nobody who will take a perfectly normal, mundane, harmless comment and turn it into something perverted faster. And give bookkeeping help, yeah. Unsolicited help. I should be very specific. Foundation upon which the community is built. I don't think that's the foundation upon which my community is built. Speak for yourself. I have met Razor, unfortunately. He showed up at my apartment. I opened the door and he was just on his hands and knees, ass up, pointed at my door. And I was like, excuse me? It was very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. It's a skill to say hi with just the ass cheeks. I don't think that's true. I wouldn't call that a skill. Nor would I call it a skill you possess. Not with those joints. Not with your dusty, brittle, rheumatoid, geriatric bones. I don't think. Ew, not the Roomba toy. See? This is why I don't rate anybody anymore. I don't want to show up to somebody's stream and unleash that on them. This is why my average viewer count has dropped, because I tolerate shit like that. You're older than Razor, but you move like you're half his age. I'm not saying his joints are like that because of his age. If you had put your body through the things Razor has put his body through, you would also have creaky bones. If you've had as many faceless, headless torsos elbow deep in your guts as Razor has, bro, you'd be walking funny too. If they had been calling you the Pacific Northwest puppet, for as long as they've been calling him that, girl. There's a reason he had to go to Mexico. The only place that will still operate on a prolapse as bad as his. All the doctors here said, lost cause, honey. Pack it up. Pack it up. He had to go to Mexico to find someone who would take on his case. He's on a reality show there. He doesn't like to talk about it, but... Ew, not the tube sock. Ugh. Hate that. It's been a rough week. Same. I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. More prolapse than not at this point. It's true. That's true. We haven't been that thirsty for long, to be honest. It was really when Razor showed up that it got that bad. There have been individuals, like, have I wanted to jump bones for a very long time? Yes. Are there individuals that have brought out the thirst in us? Of course. Razor thirsts indiscriminately. Razor thirsts just to feel something again. It's not even about actually being thirsty. It's not about actually being interested in Patrick Wow Wow. He just does it to combat the numbness he feels. To fight back the darkness. Mudkip shares the crown with you. I mean, maybe. He's a little more, I think, forthright about it. Razor tries to maintain some semblance of, like, deniability. And tries to use more innuendo. I can appreciate at least that Mudkip will just be like, yes, here is my blank. You miss Mudkip? He was here earlier. He literally, I think, stopped in just to say hello and that he's still here, and then he lurked. But I can confirm that he's alive. Let me see. Usually when he jumps in chat, he sends me a Snapchat too. Let's find out. Usually he sends me a snap, usually of his butt. My Snapchat always signs me out. You can tell how much I actually use it. Not that, Raven. Switch stream times so you miss a lot of folks. Yeah, I stream a lot more during the day now, so I feel like I miss a lot of my, like, regulars. Oh, he's fine. He's playing Pokemon. That's why he lurked. An hour ago, he was playing Pokemon. Mudkip's fine. He just doesn't want to hang out with us. That's all. Switch to early mornings, only 2 times a week in the evenings. Yeah, I still see you on TikTok a lot in the mornings. Have you found that since the debacle with TikTok, have you found that your numbers on there are still the same? Or have you noticed a difference since the app like went away and came back? I've just been so inconsistent. I would love to have a schedule, but not with this brain, honey. Not with this brain. Yeah, it's been the same. That's good. I feel like my algorithm has changed. And I don't know if I like it. And I'm also afraid to buy anything on TikTok Shop. Like I got those boom boom sticks, the nasal things. I saw them on TikTok Shop, but I bought them on Amazon because I was afraid to buy anything on TikTok Shop. Stop streaming there at night because of the stock. There's still a problem. That's commitment. Honestly, at this point, it's just super sad. It's like that person who swatted me. I didn't tell you all this when it happened. The second time I got swatted, that person, I'm pretty sure I know who it was. And they continued to harass me on Twitter for like 2 months. And it's like, at that point, you're just obsessed. And not in like a quirky, unique way. You're just doing too much. And it's sad for you at that point. We're back for a minute on Monday. That sucks. Sorry. If you need, I don't know if I'm still a mod on your channel, but if you need help, just ping me like on Discord and I'm usually around. So don't hesitate. You know, I'm happy to clap back. And I love banning people. It's my lot in life. Ew, that's so gross. I will say, I don't play Marvel Rivals, but I've heard a lot about, it doesn't sound like they've got any kind of like automatic moderation for names and stuff. I've seen a lot of people who have made comments about like really inappropriate names on there. And that feels like, I mean, I don't know anything about making games, but that feels like an easy thing to implement. But reported him in campaign. Well, that's good. Yeah, oh, I'm sure that they act on it, but I've seen like a lot of, like not even, like that one I could see getting by because it doesn't use the actual word, but like I've seen names that are like literally just the N-word, not like spelled in a funny way or like with symbols or anything, and it didn't get caught. So I don't know if that just got missed in the like process, but that seems to me like a pretty like easy thing to add, but that's just me. I feel like most games now don't even let you create your own name. It makes you use like your Steam name or your like PlayStation Network name, and they don't let you pick your own display name. Probably for that reason, because there are already like safeguards in place on those other platforms. You can't type Winnie the Pooh. That tracks. That tracks. It's like Dead by Daylight. It'll randomly censor like I can't think of any of them off the top of my head, but I remember there was one time I was trying to say Happy Pride Month or something, and it like censored the whole thing, and I was like, what? Nowhere is safe. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot more complicated and there are ways around those that I just don't understand, but it seems like that would be the kind of thing that would be relatively easy to like clamp down on if you really wanted to. But again, I don't understand how game development works, so what do I know? I'm just a random on the internet. Yeah, we've been trying to find a new game. I feel like we were talking about this earlier, like we don't have like a good community game that we all play anymore. We used to all play Overwatch. We used to all play like Fortnite or Dead by Daylight, or we did 7 Days to Die for a while, and now we don't have like a good horror games. We're doing a horror stream. So I like, especially for stream, so thinking about like what makes for good content, and knowing that you're a screamer like me, I would look at any of the games from Emeka Games, spelled like this. They're all like less than $10 each, and they're also really short, so they're good for like if you need something that you can do in just one stream. Most of them are like 1 or 2 hours long, and they've got like, especially if you're someone who doesn't play a lot of horror games, if you're someone who plays a lot of them, some of the jump scares and stuff are going to be like, you will have heard of them or seen them before, but as someone who's a little fresher to them, we good. The best one is Summer of '58 is my favorite game from them, but they have a bunch of them and they're all like $4, $5, $6, $7. Some of the like language is a little wonky because it's I think they're either a Russian or Ukrainian developer. It's like a one-person show, and so some of the English is a little like off, but it doesn't take me out of the game at least. And like I said, they're pretty quick, so they're good for a stream. I also really like the ones that use your microphone. So that like don't scream one is really fun, where you have to just last a certain amount of time without screaming. We haven't been playing as many horror games lately. Maybe we get back into that. Someone recommended Emily. Not sure if I've heard of that one. Not the first thing that comes up on the Steam store is a game called Holy Whore Emily. I am assuming that's not the one they mean. I'm assuming that's not the one they were talking about. So challenging. Oh, not screaming? Yeah. It's been long enough since I played Dead by Daylight that even that's scary to me now. Oh, Emily Wants to Play? I have heard of that one. It does look pretty good, especially if you happen to have VR. I'm not a VR girly myself. There are a lot of really good. I've just downloaded some new ones too, actually. I have The Insanity. The newer Fears to Fathom game I got. And then You Are Grounded, which I think is the newest one from Emeka Games. I haven't played that one yet. I have so many games that I just haven't played. Get the headset, girl, gotta try it out. We've talked about this, Razor. You do this every time I bring up VR. You do this every single time. And I tell you every single time that I tried and my computer couldn't handle it. I have the same computer still. My computer couldn't handle just VR, let alone trying to stream it. So unless you're buying me a new PC, I don't know what you want me to do. Finish Dragon Age Veilguard, love that. Love that. I do want to play more Skyrim. I still owe you all a Skyrim game, a Skyrim stream on the steering wheel. I have those all written down somewhere. I have not forgotten all the things that I owe you all still from the Gunuary incentives. I just haven't done it yet. Might be able to now that you've updated your graphics drivers. I don't think so. Because when I tried it before, it was before I even was having issues with my graphics drivers. It worked for like 20 minutes. And then literally everything just went black and the computer powered down. And the whole time I was playing, it was wheezing. So I do not think. I can't handle Fortnite on this computer. What makes you think I'm gonna be able to do VR? I can't even play Fortnite. Not stream Fortnite. I can't play Fortnite. Trust me, I wish I could. I would love to be able to do VR streams, but that is not happening anytime soon. I gotta get a job first, and apparently buy my mother a car. Before we can even have that conversation. Unless Unless somebody's got a very wealthy family member out there looking to throw some money at a drag queen. And I've been asking y'all to do that for a very long time, and it's never happened, so I will not be holding my breath. I shan't be holding my breath at this juncture. Hi, Heron. You wish? I know. We're all going through it. I would settle for just a job at this point. I feel like I'm not asking for much. I would just like to have a job, please. Even something part-time, as long as I can do it from home. That's literally my only like parameter is I need to be able to work from home. I'll work any shifts. I'll work overnights. I actually think I would probably take an adjustment, but I think I would actually like working overnight. Something feels like I would like that. I'll do whatever kind of work within reason. Full-time, part-time. I would consider another contractor job. Yeah, it is not good right now for really anybody at all. I'll just keep working on my little project manager class. I will keep working on my full stack developer course. We'll see what happens. Sounds good, Heron. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're having something delicious. Heron knows how to cook. Heron can cook. I've seen the Instagram stories. What's everybody having for dinner? Oh my god, it's 4:30. Why did I think it was like lunchtime still? Oops. What? My bad. I might make soup again. I have all the stuff to make that, the loaded potato soup that I do. That sounds good right now. It's snowing out still. Feels like a good night for soup. Although I kind of want... I'm in the mood for like chili, but I do not have the stuff to make that. Burgers again. My sister bought a lot of buns and I don't want them to mold. That's fair. Not just some burgers. Burgers are great. It's never just a burger. I love me a burger. Like a mushroom Swiss burger. Oh, fuck me up. Yes, please. A good mushroom Swiss burger, or like with a lot of cheddar cheese, would have me like razor. All fours, ass up. Please. Cha-ching. That sounds good too, Beth. I've wanted to try, it's tteokbokki, right? Tteokbokki. That's like the little rice cake things, right? Usually it's spicy. I think I've seen those in the Asian market downtown. Yeah, those look really good. I'm a big, we've talked about this, I think. I'm a big texture person when it comes to food. But I'm kind of like the opposite of a lot of people don't like things like mushrooms because of the texture. I love the texture of mushrooms. And a lot of Asian food very much looks like a texture I would like to. That kind of like, not gummy, but like close. All about that. I love olives for the same reason. Gochujang, yeah. I could probably do without the spicy. I don't do spicy very well, but they do look really good. I saw one, the like ready, the ones you like microwave, and it was like a cheddar cheese flavored one. That looked good, but I think it was still spicy. I think it's kind of like just the standard that it's spicy plus whatever like the flavor is. Have oyster mushrooms in your fridge? Yum. Yum. I'll probably just do like pizza. Or maybe breakfast. I'm kind of in the mood for like eggs and bacon. It's nice now. I miss having Jared around, of course. It's nice to have a friend. But My groceries last so much longer now. When I buy food now, it lasts twice as long, and I always know when I'm low on things because there's nobody else eating my shit. I'll buy bacon and get to actually eat some of it myself. Jared hasn't like formally moved out, but he hasn't been home for like 2 weeks. He has been staying with he has a girlfriend that he's like, I guess, getting serious with, if he's basically living with her. So he's been staying with her, and for a while he was coming home every few days to like get clothes or grab his mail and stuff, but he hasn't been here for like 2 weeks now. He's still paying rent. I made sure of that. But he hasn't been here, so it's just me and the dog. Just me and the goose. Yeah. So it's been weird. It's been an adjustment, obviously. It's hard not having a car, I'll tell you that much. But I kind of like living by myself. I'm better at it than I thought I would be. I thought I would miss having, because I'm pretty extroverted. I thought I would miss having people around. Not really. Not yet, anyway. Maybe eventually, but so far, it's just been nice. Anyway, I think I've gotten about as much done today as I'm going to. I do still have to make this form, but I haven't really thought about what needs to go on it. So rather than just try to rush through it, I think I'm going to call it here. And like I said, what I'll do is I'll go get some food, spend some time with the dog. He's been very patient. But maybe we'll do a little stream later and play a game. Maybe we'll play a game. I have been playing not playing a lot of it. I've literally just been creating characters. I haven't actually done any actual matches, but I did download WWE 2K24. And I have made several wrestlers. But it's fun. It's fun just to create them and like design the outfits and stuff. So maybe we'll play that if I can stream it. I feel like it's always a roll of the dice with a new game, whether or not I can actually stream it. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I don't spend as much time in other people's streams as I used to. I've been trying to like not minimize my screen time, but like be more efficient with my screen time and trying to like get work done and stuff instead of fucking around on Twitch. So but I will I'll try to work on it. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Stay tuned. Like I said, if nothing else, I'll probably play some games in the Discord if I decide not to stream. So make sure to join the Discord if you haven't already. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the lurks today. Lots of lurks. I don't think we had any resubs or anything. So love you all so much. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And I will see you all hopefully very soon. Bye.